Hi, everyone. Oh, I forgot my mic. Okay. Let's try that again. Hi, everyone. I was like sitting here and I was like, something feels off, but I couldn't possibly tell what it is. Hey, Marcella. Oh, I was even like feeling so prepared because I like got all the screen sharing stuff ready beforehand. And I was like, wow, look at me. I'm really doing it this time. And then literally forget Mike. Hi, Amelia. Hi, Nadim. It really is a Monday. It doesn't feel like a Monday, but I guess it truly is. And my brain still, my subconscious still knows that, even if that's not presenting forward. Yeah, I actually didn't even think about that because obviously today's Labor Day. So I was like, oh, it'll be great to just like stream. But I forgot that Nicole also streams like every Monday. So I feel a little weird streaming at the same time as her, but hopefully when we're done here, if you want to head over there, she'll still be streaming. She streams like basically all day. So hi, Jordan. Hey, Meg. Happy fall. Oh, can we say that? When does fall technically start? I mean, I want to say it like it's because it's September. Is that what we're counting? Oh, I'm not even in Google. I'm just typing into my phone. When does fall start? Fall start. September 22nd. So a little a little early for happy fall. But I do get it. And also it has been, the weather has started turning here. And so I'm very happy about it. My car AC now does not turn off during a 30-minute drive, which is very exciting. Usually it turns off within 10 minutes during the summer. So that's my sign that like things are it seems like I should get that fixed, but we moved to Colorado, which in my mind was fixing the problem. It was a problem in Florida. Now it's only a problem for 2 months out of the year. I'm not going to pay all that money for that. Especially when I work from home. Literally got home from a long journey and snuggled up with a blanket and rain outside. Oh, yay. Oh, that's so nice. Excited to read with you all. I'm happy you're here. It doesn't feel like that feels very fall. It doesn't feel like a Monday. I was confused by my alarm going off this morning. Yeah, last night I told Curtis, I was like, yeah, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow morning. He's like, you are? Because he doesn't have like a 9-to-5 job and just forgot it was Labor Day. I like that. You know what? Let's go with that. Because then that would make more sense because that would make December be all fall or all winter instead of right? Because winter starts like the 20 somethings of December. That feels weird. I like this. It's definitely still summer vibes here. Way too warm to call it fall yet. Yeah, it is still very warm, but it's changing. Like you can feel it changing. The nights are getting cooler. This weekend, I'm supposed to, fingers crossed, go on a little backpacking, just like pack in, pack out trip. But we're paying attention to the weather in Vail because we're going to be, a little higher up elevation wise. And that could be a problem. Fall equals the launch of pumpkin spice everything. You know what? I'm on board with that. I was considering making my like fall tea that I haven't had for a long time, although I do still sometimes have it when it's not fall because it's just really good tea. But I did end up going for just like quick instant coffee this morning till Curtis gets up and then I'll have real coffee. Good morning from Japan. Oh, it just turned Tuesday here in Japan. It is always so weird to think about. Like, oh, yeah, I have coworkers in Australia. And so sometimes we have to meet like early morning for me, but like they're in the next day already. And that messes with my brain. Leaves are turning yellow and falling here. Oh, nice. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, not quite here. Actually, the top of this tree is like just starting to get a little yellow. And I have noticed that like it's not as vibrant green, but also it hasn't been like as vibrant green since spring. So reading already. Finally finished my August TBR spin book and September book up next. Nice. Feeling smug that my September book meets TBR spin, shorty September and spinster September. Wow. Oh my gosh, you're gonna have so much like choice outside of that for what you're gonna read. Speaking of, I need to run something by you all for a readathon I'm doing to see if I'm making sure I'm not taking advantage of, of what I got. Definitely feels like fall here in the Northeast US. Kiddos go back to school tomorrow. Oh, or kiddo goes back to school tomorrow. That's exciting. Yeah, my friends that have a kid, he just went back to school. When buying a Booker Prize nominated book, I referred to your video. Thank you. Oh, yay. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, currently reading The Perfect Divorce by Geneva Rose. I feel like I think I got The Perfect Marriage. No, I have The Golden Couple. I always get those two confused. I just came back from work. They are starting some construction at work tomorrow, which means today all the desks were turned around. Nothing was in its normal spot and mess everywhere. Glad to be home. Ooh, yeah. That seems annoying. Good morning. What are you reading today? A good question. Actually, we'll talk about it now. But first, I'm in the middle of Will of the Many. Love it so far. Yay. Oh, I'm so glad you're reading that. I can't wait for book 2 to come out. And also, I've been getting the biggest urge to go back and read James Islington's previous series because I'm like, there is a hole in me. And I need the Will of the Many. But maybe I could settle for that. Not that I have any time for any of that. Okay, so let's talk about so I'm a co-host for a readathon this month. This sprint isn't technically a part of it because Mel is doing the kickoff sprint for it tomorrow on her channel. Which is Mel Lenore Reads. So I am but I'm participating like in the readathon for that. There's like a little board game that you go around. It's very cute. And then you land on little spots by like rolling a dice. There's also like an easy, medium, hard, and like achiever mode, I think is what the like super hard one is called, which I don't know how anybody's doing that one, but good luck to you if you are. But so this morning, just before coming on, I filmed for the video that I'll be doing for the readathon that like is me going through the whole thing. I rolled the dice to see like what I would land on first. And so I landed on my little square. And then from there, you basically like select a card that could be like a bunch of different prompts. So the first prompt that I got was, what did it say? was read a book with a friend / participate in a book club. Okay, where did my stream go? There it is. So read a book with a friend or participate in a book club. And now I'm also obviously, or maybe it's not obvious, but if you follow me on Instagram or TikTok, it's very obvious. I'm also reading the books from the Booker Prize, the long list. And spoiler because my next reel isn't up yet, or TikTok isn't up yet. But the next book that I'm reading is The Rest of Our Lives. That's what I got on the wheel. And technically, it will be for a book club because DD Reads does a book club for all of the Booker Prize nominated books. I don't know when that's going to happen. It could literally be like, February of next year that it happens because she just does it monthly over the full year. And then within the year, we end up reading all 13 books or talking about all 13 books because one of the months we do 2 books at once. So like technically this will be for a book club. But can I count it? That's what I'm struggling with for myself. I do have an in-person book club that I could attempt to read the book for in that, like, really quickly. We have All Fours is the book for, I think it's September 10th that we would be meeting for that one. And then late in the month, where there's a book club for James by Percival Everett, which are two books that I very much want to read. I own All Fours. I really want to read James. The only reason I don't own it is because I own Erasure by Percival Everett, and I feel bad about buying another book from an author that I already own a book from that I haven't read yet. But I would obviously read that one first for book club now that it's on there. But yeah, that's my problem. Somebody help. Can I read this for that prompt? Do we think that that counts, or should I read something else? I can't believe that it's September already. I also go back to school tomorrow. Oh, to my master's degree program. Oh, good luck. Super excited to get back to learning, but I'm going to miss the summer vibes. Are you doing like online classes, or are you like actually physically going in? I got my master's through online classes and it almost killed me. I think doing YouTube at the same time, like having full-time job, YouTube, and master's degree. And also I moved, and because I finished my master's degree, I think like 3 weeks after I moved from Florida to Colorado. And that was a lot. I know. Oh, in my head, I was thinking Sonia and Sunny. I saw Sonia, thought Sonia and Sunny. Yeah, that's true. I do want to know what you're reading, Sonia. That's fitting all those prompts. Your cat is so adorable. Yes, that is Klaus, who is joining us today. I'm sure the others will be in here. Actually, Scout's in here too. She's just off camera on her little hammock. Ugh, can you see her? You can kind of see her ears right there. She's like, why did you move me if you're not going to pet me? Okay, I'm starting A Room with a View, my first Shorty September book. Nice. So I don't actually know what Shorty September is. Is that bad? I just always assumed that it's reading short books in September. Is that correct? And who runs that? Like, I don't know anything. Somebody help. Because I know a ton of people that participate in it, but I don't know who the actual like person is that started it. Every year when September hits, I immediately get the urge to read classics. I've been feeling that. I don't know if it's just because I did the book bucket list poster video, which took forever to edit, by the way. I was so delusional. Last time we streamed, I was like, it'll be up like tomorrow or the next day, or I might have even said today or tomorrow. But no, that took like another 5 hours of editing, which I did not have 5 hours until yesterday. So, yeah, that was a lot. We did officially get the third cat. So we've got all three. Okay. All right. And he's a climber. He also really likes when my hair is wet from a shower. Where are you going? You gonna, okay. He wants to both, he does this. I have to lean forward for the mic though, bud. He wants to lay in between me and the chair and the back of the chair. That's his new thing as of like a month ago. Anyways, but yes, I've been wanting to read a classic as well. So I'll be reading a bit of Swan's Way today. Oh, I don't know that I've heard of Swan's Way, but that sounds great. Okay, yes, you can count it. The book prop police are going to come after you. As long as you all are cool with it, that's all I care about. Because I assume that some of you will watch the video that comes out of it. So same, I think it's a habit born from high school. Oh, that makes way more sense. Yeah, this time of year does feel like the time for classics. I think it would count if you actually discuss the book with a friend or with a book club, no matter when that is, but not if someone is hosting a book club online, but you're not a part of the discussion. She hosted online, but it's all of hers are like Zoom meetings, so you can talk. It's not like this. It's not like a live stream. Okay, buddy, I can't keep my arm up there. I know you love it. Oh. Okay, there we go. That's what I get for trying to show them off. Okay, this is a good point. I could also just talk to somebody about it because there's so many people reading it right now because it's been nominated for the Booker Prize. So that kind of counts. Sam, have you read it yet? Have you read The Rest of Our Lives yet? I can't remember. But I know you've read a ton of them already. Not to call you out. Man, all fours was so awkward for me to listen to on audio. I can't imagine reading this and talking about it with anyone. Ooh, oh boy. I don't even know. Like, I want to read it for that because I own the book. Or I was actually sent the book very, very kindly. And after it was published, so I don't feel guilty that I didn't read it before it was published. But the book club for it is on the 10th. And like, I have 5 million other things to read before then. So I don't know if I'm going to make it to that book club. I do really want to make it to the James book club though. So I'll try to fit that one in where I can. But The Trees by Percival Everett took me forever to read because it was so good, but like so a lot. This chat is keeping me company as I finish my workday here in the UK. Oh, perfect. I am reading Leaving Home, Anita Bruckner. Ooh, I don't think that I know that one. Put it on the list. I'm doing a mix of online and in-person classes. This semester, I actually have an in-person class 4 days of the week, which will make for lots of audiobook time while commuting. Oh, wow. Or in person. Did I say online the second time? In my head, I was thinking online, but you said it's in person, which makes sense for commuting. Well, that's good. A lot of audiobook time, but oh no, Klaus, buddy. You good? What a good boy. He's now trying to get up the same way he just got down. Oh, the cats are a lot today. Yeah, I do think in-person classes would have helped me, but I think that I'm just that kind of a person. I had a really hard time with just doing the online, but I only did one class at a time. They were like 10-week classes, but they were like really intensive while I was doing that. Or no, maybe I did 2 classes at a time. I can't remember anymore. It is, but it also has prompts based on shorts. The close. Oh, shorts. I get it. It's run by Too Many Heathers. Okay. Oh, I didn't know there were prompts involved. Not that I need another reading thing to do this month. Absolutely not. No, it's not happening. I'm reading Legendborn again, so I can continue the series. Oh, yay. Super excited and loving it. The reread is definitely necessary. Yeah, I'm so bad at that, like not finishing series like while I'm in it and then just like starting a new series, which means that I can't get to that series for longer because, yeah. I'm still reading Catabasis this week because last week I was bogged down by the last week of summer class. Fair. Yeah, my library keeps being like, it's ready for you. And then I'm like, just give me one more day, give it to the next person. Tell me tomorrow if it's ready. Because I do want to read it, but also once again, I have so much other reading to do. Speaking of Sonia and Sunny, I did my social media scroll for Readathon Rebellion Objective 2 yesterday. Oh, awesome. And saw your Booker short form with Sonia and Sunny. Oh, I'm so sad to find that it's not out yet. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Late this month, it'll be coming out. So no, I haven't read The Rest of Our Lives. Okay, dang it. That's fine. I'm sure I'm going to find somebody that's read this and I'm going to count it for this prompt. I've been stuck on Flashlight, but I listened to Flesh recently, which was a journey. That one they did send to me. I ended up getting Flesh and Endling. I was supposed to get Misinterpretation, but like they emailed me and said they were going to send it to me, but that was like the day that the list was announced. So I'm starting to think I'm not going to get it. But yeah, I own Endling and Flesh now. And then the rest are just the ebook versions that Booker sent to me, which is the only reason I was able to read Sonia and Sunny. So I'm really happy that they that they did that for me this year. But But Flashlight is the September pick for the Booker of the Month for DD Reads. So maybe that'll give you a little extra motivation. I really loved Flashlight personally, but it did take me a little bit to read through. I also really thrive with the in-person style, so I'm glad that I get to do so much of the program through in-person classes. Yeah, that's great. I think that would have really helped me, even if it was just like you meet like 2 times throughout the course of the class. Like just that little bit, I think would have grounded it in reality more for me, because already so much of what I do is virtual. Like my work, my job it's all online, and I'm just making online things. It feels like a lot of the time. And unless I'm going to a conference, I like don't see people in person. So, but yeah, and even this is a little bit better because now I get to, now that I do the live streams, especially, it like connects me a lot more with the people that are that like watch and everything. But yeah, that was a struggle for me. And so doing online classes like did not help with that. And also I go to a co-working space now. That helps a lot, even though like I don't really talk to anybody there. I just like some people talk to each other, but there are some offices that use it for like any of their employees could go there or something. So obviously they've got coworkers that are there. Uh, but every once in a while I'll chat with somebody in the kitchen or something, and like, but just being around other people that are also being productive is very helpful to me. And I used to do that with coffee shops, but that's really expensive to do that like weekly and be getting like food there every time. Good morning. Reading the Book of Longings by Sue Monk Kid. Sunny and Sunny is being released on the 23rd. I have my pre-order in. Yes. Yeah. I do want to own it, but I think I might wait for the paperback. Just because I love a paperback. I don't know. It does look so pretty though. I have a feeling the first time I see it in a bookstore, I'm gonna be like, never mind, I'm buying it. Hi, Nicole. Joining in, currently reading One Day Everyone Will Always Have Been Against This. Oh, yeah, that's Omar El-Akkad. Is that the author? No. His was a different book. Oh, who wrote that? That's killing me now. Oh, it is Omar El-Akkad. Okay. Just kidding. You got it right. Let us know what you think of it. That was on my anticipated releases for this year, and I haven't read it yet. So I still very much want to. All right. How about we get into the first sprint? So I can either edit my next Booker TikTok or I can read. I'll probably read. I think I'm just gonna read. I want to get like further into this book to feel more productive. So I'm gonna be reading The Rest of Our Lives. I don't remember the guy's name. Something Markovitz or something. I don't know. And I don't have any of the information because this was generated from a PDF. So I think it's on the first page, but it is one of the Booker long listed books. So and I think I'm going to count it for Reading Rebellion for my first book. Also, I only made it 3 spaces onto the board game for my first roll, and I rolled 2 d6s. So like I need this. Anyways, hello. Oh, started Priory at the Orange Tree. I really want to read Priory at the Orange Tree. I don't know when I'm going to do that, but that's one of those where as soon as I see it in like a used bookstore, I'm getting it. It's so good. Really enjoying it so far. Okay, that's great to know. Flashlight is my favorite so far. Flashlight was my favorite until I read Sonia and Sunny. But those 2 are my favorites. The longest, but deservedly so, in my opinion. Okay. Now let's get into our first sprint. So we'll be reading for 40 minutes, and then we're going to be doing timers on breaks this time around. We tried it for the TBR spin sprints last reading sprint that I did. It went well. So we're doing it again so that we can maximize our reading time. So there'll be 10-minute breaks in between. Okay. Happy reading, everybody. Okay, first sprint is done. How did everybody's reading go? Hello, welcome. My reading went pretty well. I can't decide how I feel about this book. I'm 20% in now, and it's very like stream of consciousness from our main character, and he does seem like he's a little bit of the past but living in the present. Like it kind of seems like it's said from, I'm trying to think of how old he would be. Maybe like late 40s if I had to guess. Maybe younger. His children are, well, one of his kids is like in the world already, and then his daughter is like just starting college and just leaving the house. And what I remember of the synopsis, it was just like he's basically been planning on like once they're out, like he's done with his marriage because his wife had cheated on him like a while ago. But he wanted to stay together for like the sake of the kids. That's all I remember from the synopsis. But it's a lot more stream of consciousness than I thought. And also there's a lot more like nuance to the conversation, especially like because it feels like a guy that grew up with very specific things being okay and words being okay to say and like all that stuff. But then his kids are very much like against those things, and I think like very typical of like that age demographic today. And so watching like those conversations but being in his head, like the older man's head, his name's Tim, I think, being in Tim's head is very interesting. Because I think, and I think it does make it more sympathetic, but also my gut reaction a lot of times is to be like, but he's clear, like he's not a bad guy by any means. I think he's just struggling a little bit with change, and it's not even like he's really holding back or like he's like, no, we should be able to say these things or anything like that. It's a lot of just like not understanding and trying to understand but having a hard time with it. But there are still, I still don't know how I feel about him as a whole though, because there's like a couple things that have been like alluded to where, because we're in his head, like we don't know how the situation went, but I'm like, I'd really love to hear about that from an outside perspective or from somebody else that was in this situation and see what's going on. I read 49 pages. Awesome. I'm getting ready for the first ballet class for the season. Ooh, fun. Finished a cup of coffee and read 31 pages. Yeah, I'm almost done with my cup of coffee. That's great though. I think I only read like 28 pages, I think is what I read. 46 pages, finally making progress by actually reading. It's hard sometimes. It is crazy to see, like, especially after Sonia and Sunny, I felt like Misinterpretation went by so quickly. And now this one, I'm already at 20%, which feels crazy. Zero reading, but a chunk of work done. Nice. Only read 12 pages because 10 seconds into the sprint, my cat spilled my entire cup of coffee on it with his tail. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's been a bit. Zuko was very distracting. He's always very distracting during the first sprint. I feel like anytime, especially when I do them at this time of day. The first sprint, he is always the most annoying, but then eventually I can just set him down in like a bed and he's like, all right, I'm good. But Klaus also was sleeping there at the beginning of the sprint and then fell back here behind this thing. So yeah, it's been a day for the cats. Hi, Julia. Currently reading Sunrise on the Reaping, hoping to finish that this week before my uni classes start next week. Ooh, good luck. Hopefully this helps you with that. I haven't read the prequels to Hunger Games. I do think I want to. I didn't really feel like it for the first one, but I think that's just because I didn't really want to know any more about President Snow. I think that Suzanne Collins did like too good of a job of like making him unlikable. I didn't want to watch, or I didn't want to read that one. But now that I know a little bit about like what the second book's about, I'm like, okay, wait, maybe I do want to read the prequels. Joined late. Oh yeah, I should put it on the screen. But I am reading The Rest of Our Lives, which is one of the Booker long-listed books. Read 20 pages of The Colorado Kid by Stephen King. I like his hard case crime novels, more philosophical and funny than expected. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I've ever read any of his hard case crime novels. Actually, Colorado came up in this book, which I was surprised about, and specifically Denver, but more the basketball team out here. I watched some of Bungo Stray Dogs and wrote some for an essay. I'm currently reading Blood Secrets and Castle in the Air. Ooh, I don't think that I have heard of that one. It sounds like a fantasy, I'm going to guess. I'm missing fantasy a lot recently. But I do think that there will probably be a chance to read some with the Reading Rebellion, which, speaking of, I'm officially wearing my sweater from it. Also, I got a really cool bookmark for it, and I'm really excited to read a physical book again so that I can use it. I have not been reading physical books at all, and it feels so weird. Just the other day when we did the TBR spin sprint, because for that one, I do my TBR spin and I pick the book that I'm going to read for it, and then I start reading it right then. All of those books I have are physical books that are on my TBR. So it was nice to be able to just for one sprint be able to read from a physical book. But this is the bookmark for the Readathon, and I am obsessed with it. I'm so excited to actually put this in a book. And then I also, when I was visiting my parents, got this bookmark, which is a cute little Celtic one. In honor of hopefully getting my Irish citizenship anytime soon. I think it's officially been a month since I sent my foreign birth registration application. So, but it can take up to 9 months. So 1 month down, 8 to go. But yeah, these are all of my bookmarks, which I do collect. Okay, there we go. Oh, that was one I just was looking at. I wasn't a big fan of Songbird and Snakes, Snow's book, but so far this one seems closer to the original trilogy. That's what I've heard. So that's why I'm hopeful. Both are fantasy, and Castle in the Air is book 2. Oh, in the Howl's Moving Castle trilogy / world. Oh, how cool. I'd really like to read that. I would really like to read all the stuff that Studio Ghibli movies were like based off of. I think that would be really cool. I was looking into doing that for a video at one point, but I already had like too many things like that I wanted to do and already had the books for. So I was like, okay, I should focus on those things first before buying new books for another video idea that would take reading many books to actually be able to create the video. But I am getting the itch to do things similar to that again, like more video essay style. I think I like to do like a mix of the two is like my happy place. Having videos that are more like reading vlog and doing the Herked really like fulfills that in me. I really like that. Actually, originally I was planning on doing a video encompassing all of the Booker books and kind of in the style that I've been doing the Herked videos. But then I couldn't talk about those books also in the Herked videos, which were kind of like battling in my mind a little bit. So now I think I'm going to keep the Herked videos the same. And I think I'm just going to do a sit down video where I like review and rank all of the Booker nominated books. I think that'll be better. Also, the anime I'm watching, all the characters are based off authors. Oh, name and share at least one trait. Ooh, what anime is it? Is that the Bungo Stray Dogs? Oh, you know what? A friend told me about this. I have a friend that watches anime, and she told me about this, and I totally forgot about it. Oh, I'm glad that you mentioned this because I do want to watch that. Okay, coming up to the end of our break. into reading. Um, Again, I'm sure there's a better method to change my clock than what I'm doing, but it's the one that I found that works. So that's what I've been doing. Anyways, happy reading, everybody. I didn't even hear it that time. I don't know what's going on. I looked up when it was like a minute left and I was like, surely. Okay, but I'm very close to the end of a chapter, so just 1 second. Okay, I didn't even know there were chapters in this book, or parts, I guess, maybe. But just finished the first one. I am 31% of the way in. How's everybody else doing? I'll start the break timer. Hi, Annie. Welcome to the sprint. Glad you're here. Labor Day parade just started in my town. Ooh, I don't know if I've ever had a Labor Day parade, actually. One cat looking out the window perplexed by the loads of sirens. Yeah, I used to, when I lived in Indianapolis, I lived on like a main street that the Pride Parade didn't go right down that street, but it went like around a corner that you could see very easily from my window. That was, Scout would always watch that. Also, there was a little like dog bakery and like toy store that was across the street that like let dogs in there, and so people would go all the time with their dogs. And so she got a lot of great people / pet watching from that window. Hi, Michael. Glad you're joining. Hi, Amelia. I just heard Yankee Doodle played by marching band. Oh, I haven't heard like a good marching band in a while. I think Sarah must have missed the bell. Yes, I did. The book must be great. It is. I still don't know how I feel about it as a whole, but it is very readable. It is super readable. Maybe it's because it's stream of conscious, but it's still pretty, like a pretty good pace. But like what I read was just mostly just the 7-hour car journey from like where they live to where their daughter's going to school. So like it's not like a ton was happening, but it's still somehow very readable. But so far I'm feeling kind of middle of the road about it, but I could see it being really good. I don't think I could see it being a 5-star at this point. But I also don't think it would go the other way. Like, I don't think it would get any worse than a 3 at this point. But we'll see. Let me finish the chapter. It was killing me because literally like this was what my page looked like. And I looked up right here and realized that the timer had stopped. Or had ended. And I was like, okay, well, that's like 2 sentences. I am halfway through the essay and Sprint helped a little, I'm assuming. And Sprint helped a little. I'm working on Drop of Corruption today. Ooh, I ended up picking Young Mungo for Spin. Nice. Did we talk about that during? I think so. Either that or somebody else is also reading Young Mungo. But I think it was you. Got through 40 pages. Awesome. Yeah, page-wise, I don't even know. Not very much. I ended up making coffee during that. But yeah, not bad. I think I would like to get at least 100 pages in during this. I would also really love to edit my next TikTok, because now it feels weird to be like a third of the way through the next book and I haven't posted the spin where I got this book as my next booker pick. But I'm also just kind of having fun reading, and so I'll probably just continue doing that next sprint. Finished Colorado Kid. It's a mystery with a solution, but on purpose, or without a solution, but on purpose. Some would be annoyed, but I liked it. Ooh, interesting. 3.75 stars. I might have to look into that. My aim is to get to part 4, which I might be able to do with 1 more sprint. Ooh, fingers crossed. I think we're going to do at least 2 more sprints. Yeah, probably 2 more sprints for this one. So hopefully, hopefully you're able to get there. I'm 20% into Arcana Academy, and I'm loving it so far. I was right near the end of the chapter when the timer went off too. Oh, what is that? It sounds like sorry. My mom texted me and she said that she saw that I was live and it was really hard for her to not click in because she knows that I don't like that. I don't like knowing that she's watching actively live, which is very nice. But Arcana Academy is what I wanted to look up. I do love a fantasy that is at like some academic setting. Oh my gosh, the cover's so pretty. Ooh, it looks good. You may have just got another book on my list for me. That looks like so much fun. I do think I've also just like I'm very excited about reading fantasy again. I think it's the time of year. I think it's the fact that I've been reading a lot of literary fiction in a row, which I haven't done in a long time. Although I have been enjoying that too. And it also feels like a good time of year for literary fiction. So like I don't even know. I don't know what I'm feeling anymore. Just got home, no reading so far today. Fair. I had popped on for a second because I forgot it was happening. Oh yeah. What book did you pick for the spin this month? I picked, do I have it near me? No, I think it's actually in my bedroom. I picked The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. But I still have not finished my TBR spin book for August. So I'm just like fingers crossed, hoping that I'm going to be able to like pull those in for the Reading Rebellion readathon that I'm doing for September, because that would be ideal. That and also James by Percival Everett. Those three could just somehow come into play and I could read the rest of the books on the Booker long list. This is way too high of ambitions. I read literally 6 books in August. and somehow I'm like, yeah, I could read like 15 in September when we have 2 periods of like guests coming. A friend of mine's coming this weekend. And then Curtis's sister's coming the following weekend-ish and like into the next week. So no, I don't have reading time. I don't know what I'm thinking in my brain. The good thing is my friend that's visiting is a huge reader. So undoubtedly we'll end up like just hanging out and reading sometimes, especially if we go camping. I'm just thinking of the trip that we did to Idaho and how much reading I got to do. Intense. I've DNF'd 2 Booker books so far and had 1 5-star. Ooh, okay, wait. What was your 5-star? Do I know? I don't think I know what your 5-star was. And also, what are the 2 that you DNF'd? And also, sorry, a lot of questions for you, Amelia. What have you read The Rest of Our Lives yet? Because I'm going to need to talk to somebody about it because you weren't here for this, but for the readathon that I'm doing for September, my first prompt for it that I ended up getting was to read a book with a friend or for a book club, I think was like generally the prompt. And like technically The Rest of Our Lives will be for a book club because Dee Dee Reads has like her Booker of the Month book club. So, but I don't know like when that's going to happen. So I just, to hedge my bets, I want to talk to somebody about this book to then be able to like definitely count it because it would be great to be able to use both to be able to use my current book that I'm reading for Booker also for the readathon. If I could make those 2 things work at once, that would be awesome. I really want to continue Twist by Colin McCann after reading 10 pages this morning and loving it. Ooh, but Lydia at Lid Loves has a live show for Cry the Beloved Country on Wednesday, so that's tempting. Ooh, those are some tough decisions. There's always something happening with some books, and it's so hard to do everything, and I want to do everything so bad. The magic system is so interesting, and I'm here for the dark enemies to lovers romantasy vibes. Ooh, I love a good magic system. Still haven't read my spin book for February, but apart from that, I'm fine. That's okay. You've read your other spin books. Audition was 5 stars. And then Sea Scraper and Flesh were DNFs. Okay, and those are 2 that I still have not read. That have not come up on the wheel. So all 3 of those haven't come up on the wheel yet, which I'm very annoyed about because I really want to read Audition so badly. But I do think that keeps things interesting. If I have a book on there that I'm super excited about reading, then I'm more motivated to get through my current book to spin the wheel again to hopefully get that book again, which will hopefully help me through this middle stage, because I feel like the middle stage of doing something like this is the hardest. And then once you get towards the end, it's like, oh, I'm almost done with the books. That's okay. That's fine. Honestly, from what I've read so far, I don't think you would like it if I had to guess. I checked out Audition after that Booker Live after that Booker Live short, so I might actually get to it. Nice. Audition is brilliant. Yeah, there are such well, maybe I just don't have my volume on for me. I think that's what is happening, because I didn't hear anything for that ending either. Okay. Anyways, I'll try to figure that out so that I can hear the next time that this is over. I think I just lucked out for the first sprint and actually was looking. One Boat Endling, The Land in Winter, and Misinterpretations are the ones I'm interested in. I really liked Misinterpretation. That's the reel that I have to edit and post was my thoughts on that one, but I ended up giving it 4 stars. So if that helps you any, I think that I think that you'll like that one. That's my guess. I haven't quite figured out your reading taste though yet, Amelia. I've never read any Booker books. Are they deeply philosophical? They're literary fiction books, so they can be for sure. I don't think they always are. But it sounds like Audition, there's a lot to talk about with it. I don't know if that makes it deeply philosophical or not. But they have picked specifically like books that are like Love and Other Thought Experiments was a very like, that was specifically pulling philosophical thoughts into like kind of these short stories and stuff. But they are generally more like thinkers, and typically more heavy, but sometimes it's really just about like a historical period of time, and usually whatever themes there are like very strong for those books. I've heard a lot of love for Sea Scraper, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I think I'm generally looking forward to all of them. Endling is the one I'd like to see win Booker this year. It's super weird, but great. That's awesome because I own it and I do love the cover. Okay, now officially getting started. I know the timer had already gone up, but we were talking about one of my favorite things. So how could I stop? Okay. So I think if I just hit skip break, it'll, yeah, there we go. Okay. Happy reading, everybody. Okay, that was our third sprint. How are we doing? Oh, I've got a cat on my lap again. The same one as before, of course. My friends describe my reading taste as bleak, depressing, and books other people hate. That is quite a description. But yeah, I do think a lot of the books that I tend to love are kind of depressing. Hi, Angie. Came home from work, had to cook and eat, and did a little workout. Now it's time to wind down. I'll read a German book. Nice. Oh, okay. Okay. Annie cats make everything better. They really do. Yeah. He like just does these little meows when he wants attention. And he was such like an independent cat for a while, for like 2 years. I mean, he still liked to like snuggle and everything, but it was definitely like on his own time, and he was the cat that was more likely to like go to another room and like sleep by himself. But in like the last, I don't know, 2-3 weeks, he has become like the biggest lap cat. He always wants to be on one of us. He's so ridiculous. I worked on my essay and watched more of my show. Nice. How's the essay going? How much left do you have? I used to hate writing essays. Like, if it was for like creative writing, then like that was fine. That was fun. But like essay, ugh. My reading companion is a pug named Woodford. Oh, he is constantly at my side. That is so sweet. Yeah, I do always have Scout. Basically, she's always next to me. So she's there's a little hammock right here, a little cat hammock. She's right there. She's been there this whole time. She used to want to be on my lap all the time. And actually, she will again once winter hits. I just checked in on my cats. It's clearly fall because Casper is back to burrowing under the quilt on my bed. Yeah, both Zuko and Klaus really like to get under blankets, which is convenient because it gets cold here. I've almost finished If on a Winter's Night by Italo Calvino, and it's been such a unique book. I'm sort of sad it's almost finished. Oh, we were talking a lot about that author. You might have even been the one to bring it up originally, but I've got him on my list now. You said today's a holiday in the US. What kind of holiday? It is Labor Day, which I believe celebrates like the creation of a labor union or something. This is bad. I should know this. Held in honor of working people in the US and Canada on the first Monday in September. Let's see. To honor the social and economic achievements of American workers, a tribute born from the labor movement's fight for better working conditions, fair wages, and reasonable hours during the late 19th century. Yeah, that, I mean, not quite labor union, but is basically the ideas of a labor union. But yeah, so now it's just one of the days that we get off, usually from work. I mean, obviously, depending on where you work. Okay, Zuko, you don't have to whip your tail into the microphone. How about you go back over here? Good boy. But it's like a bank holiday where like I'm pretty sure banks close and everything for it, and like post offices and stuff. Government things. I'm currently reading Mothering by Ainsley. I feel like we talked about this name before, and it's like Irish or something, and I don't know how to pronounce it. Hogarth, and it is very unhinged in a good way. I have heard good things about Mothering, but that it is very weird. Did a review of Colorado Kid and began my spin book, Blindness by Saramago. Looks like it's going to be brutal, but I'm here for it. Love it. I loved Mothering. It should be an Amelia book. Great news. How far did I get actually? I made it to 44% of the way through, and I hit page 100. So great progress, because I barely started this book when we started today. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm tempted. I think I might try to make it to when I only have 100 pages left. I think it's got like 200 and 230, like about 240 pages total. So if I could make it to page 140, that would be good. And I forgot because Nicole's doing reading sprints as well today. Probably when this is over, I'll just hop over into there and do more like productive work instead of reading work. In my head, that seems good. I love mothering as well. Oh, nice. Got a few in here. I'm tempted to pick up a new book. Oh no, how far do you have left in Flashlight? How many pages? You were hoping to get to part 4. Did you get to part 4? I'm trying to remember how many parts were in Flashlight. I actually do not remember. Yeah, no idea. Can't remember how many parts were in that book. I have a much harder time when I read a book only as an ebook in remembering if there are chapters or if, especially when they're not like formatted like these, it just feels weird. I feel like I'm just like in this ambiguous territory the whole time. Because since they're like PDFs that are reformatted for EPUB, it doesn't tell me like how many pages I have left of a chapter, or things like that, like, or how many chapters there are total. Like there's no table of contents, to go through it, which makes it feel weird. What are your reading plans for September? So I am I'm both trying to finish reading all of the Booker Prize long list books. So I've read five of those. Yes, I'm reading my 6th one right now. And there are 13 total. And then I'm also participating in, I'm one of the co-hosts of the Rebellion Readathon, which is like a fantasy story based readathon that has like a little board game and everything. I'm actually currently wearing the sweatshirt for it. And so that, I don't know how many books I'm going to end up needing to read for it. The least amount you can do is 4 books. But it kind of just depends. I'm rolling dice to go through the board on it. So this morning I did my first roll and I only made it 3 spaces on 2d6s. I got a 2 and a 1. So almost the least amount that you can move on that board. But luckily I am able to fit my current book into it. So that's going to help a lot. But yeah, basically I have no idea what I'm going to be reading for that. I'm hoping to be able to fit some of the Booker books in, but I have a feeling that because that's totally random how I'm doing that. So I don't think that I'm going to be able to. I think this is going to be the only time that I can have a Booker book fit for both. But I am hoping to also fit in James by Percival Everett would be great. And then what did I say earlier? Oh, my TBR spin books. So The Perks of Being a Wallflower and The Lady with the Dragon Tattoo. Is it the lady or the woman with the dragon tattoo? The girl with the dragon tattoo? The lady. Anyways, so those are vaguely my reading plans for September. We have Labor Day in May. Yeah, I actually, Googling it had said that for the US and Canada, it's September, but that a lot do it May 1st. Or a lot of other countries do it May 1st. Yes, hit part 4, 67% according to Storygraphs. Got it. I like it. The last chapter was super stressful for Louisa and for me to read. Yeah, it was a lot. So far, in a good way, it's giving Victorian Psycho vibes. Nice. Thanks, Sam. That's encouraging. Good. I loved the girl. Okay, it is the girl with the dragon tattoo. The lady with the dragon tattoo. I don't know, for whatever reason that sounds very weird, but it is what just came out of my mouth confidently. I read the whole series. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see how I'm going to feel about it. I had read 40 pages of it previously, and I did technically start it on my last reading sprint, but I almost made it to that same point into it. I do feel more invested now than I did the first time around, which was about 5 years ago that I attempted to read it. But yeah, so I am cautiously optimistic about it this time around. We're just doing like a lot of like the scene setting and everything, but I probably won't pick it back up unless I can fit it for a reading Rebellion. But I don't think it's gonna fit for my next one because the next one, I'm gonna have to combine objective 1 with whatever I actually land on, and objective 1 is to read a book with multiple POVs, which that book does not have. I also started A Mercy for Shorty September, but a 160-page book. What classifies as a shorty? Like what page length? By Toni Morrison. Oh, okay. It's like a 400-page one by another author. I got confused by your two messages. Are you starting 2 books and one is 160 and one is 400 pages? Did I get that right? I don't know if this is me. I have had a lot of coffee today. Okay, but our little break timer is up, and I still haven't figured out my timer on here. But I've been using. Has anybody gotten this app? It's Hank Green's app, and it's called Focus Friend, and it's pretty adorable. If you've ever used Forest before, it's very similar idea to Forest. But I decided to set him up with the reading timer as well. So that way this told me that I was done. Yes, Focus Friend is so cute. What did I name? Oh yeah, that's right. I named mine Jean the Bean, because it's a little bean. And then when you focus, you get like coins or something that you can, or it knits little socks, and then you can use the points from that to decorate its little room. Which I have no decoration so far because I've barely done anything. And I just remembered I had this, or that I had downloaded this, and I was like, oh, this is actually a perfect time for this. Okay. Let's get into our last reading sprint of today. And I'm going to continue reading. If I happen to make it to page 140, I might switch to something else, but I'll probably just end it out reading. How many did we do? Well, 4. This is our 4th and will be our last one for today. But noteworthy. Oh, I always forget her channel name. Can somebody tell me what Nicole's channel name is? I know other people here also go to her sprints. Noteworthy. Oh, I can't remember. I'm also looking it up at the same time, just in case I'm faster than when it actually comes in. Noteworthy fiction. Okay, Marcella got it. Thank you, Marcella. Noteworthy fiction. She is also going to be sprinting for the next, let's see, she goes till 9 p.m. Eastern time. That is 7 p.m. here. So for the next 6.5 hours, she's still going to be sprinting. So you could head there after this. And that's a great group of people. You might see some of the people from here over there. You'll see me in the chat because that's what I plan on doing for most of the rest of today. And that'll take me right into game night. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Everybody, I'm playing Coral Island because it's got multiplayer, and my friend and I are playing on Monday nights. But I have such a hard time waiting for the next Monday. So I get so excited on Mondays now. Also, okay, I didn't know G was sprinting as well. Okay, Book Rose is sprinting for Autumn Equinox right now. The amount that I want to join G's Readathon is crazy for how I haven't done it yet. Technically, I started it this year. It was going to be a Patreon series when I was going to start my Patreon at the beginning of the year, but then I got overwhelmed and I was like, actually, no, I don't think I can keep up with this. But I do have it in mind as possibly doing as a Patreon series for next year. I just need to do more like pre-planning for it. Anyways, it is Noteworthy Fiction is Nicole's channel. So she does from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every Monday Eastern time. Noteworthy nonfiction. And then Uh, the G from her channel name is the Book Roast. She's also sprinting right now, and I'm sure she'll have a ton of people in her chat. She's got a big channel. And this is a big readathon. Everybody gets very excited for her readathons. I think I'm just intimidated to join it. But I think maybe if I make it like a Patreon thing, and then I'll like really dive into the story and everything, I think then that could be fun. Okay. Anyways, last sprint. Let's get going. Happy reading. Okay, that was our last sprint for today. How did it go for everybody? I hit my goal. So I'm now 60% in, and I have 100 pages left. So part of me is tempted to try to finish this today. I don't know if I actually will. I do have quite a few things that I want to get done today, especially since this weekend I won't have a ton of time to do stuff. So if I could, I don't know, figure out the sit down portion for the Herkiad video, that would be awesome. Because when people visit, I no longer have access to this room. Really, it becomes the guest room. Okay. YouTube is against me today. I meant that reading 200 pages by Toni Morrison is so dense. Oh, that it feels like actually reading 400 pages. Yes, that totally makes sense. Toni Morrison is an author I want to read something from, but I'm intimidated by the density. Do you think Maya Angelou, Bell Hooks, or Octavia Butler's books are easier to start with? Ooh, I'm going to go ahead and say Octavia Butler. I read Parable of the Sower last year, and it was one of my favorite books of the year. And I would say that it was a pretty easy read, but still like broaches on a lot of great topics at the same time. Switch to reading my daily page count of Hello Beautiful by Anne Napolitano, which was chosen as the first book for my first book club meeting as a host. Oh, yay. Wait, how did that go? So wait, did you have the... Oh, it's supposed to be in September, right? Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Octavia Butler is definitely easy to read. Yeah, for sure. For Toni Morrison, I would recommend starting with The Bluest Eye. That is what I did. Was that the first book that she published? I can't remember now. But that was that was another one. Definitely start with The Bluest Eye, Ursula. Yeah, The Bluest Eye is the only Toni Morrison I have read so far. I think I have Beloved by her as well on my bookshelf somewhere. I always think that I can look over my bookshelf and just find things super easily. But no. No, Song of Solomon. That's what I have. I have Song of Solomon by her. A short book for Shorty September is under 200 pages, but there's no official rule. If you're usually reading tomes with 800 pages, a 400-page book is a shorty for you. Gotcha. Yeah, I think anything under 200 pages, or maybe like under 250, I would consider pretty short. This book, I feel like I am flying through. It has 230 pages. Like, sometimes I forget how quickly you could read books that aren't insanely long. Thanks, Amelia. I'm planning to read Octavia Butler's Parable duology for Herkiad 2, so I start with her, I guess. Yay! Yeah, I would agree. I'm hoping to read Parable of the Talents soon. If I had read Parable of the Sower this year, I would have used it for Herkiad, but I didn't. So I think for the duology, I'm going to be doing Six of Crows, and the second book to that. But I think I had another option too somewhere written down that I might do, just depending on how I feel about Six of Crows. But I think I'm going to like it and have fun. And in fact, I wouldn't mind reading that during this month. I think that could be a good, like, fast-paced book to read. If I was thinking about possibly, because I know that the first objective that we're going to hit, which you have to meet all 4 objectives in like the Reading Rebellion Readathon. The first one is to read a book with multiple POVs, and I think Six of Crows has that. So I might do that, or I might do a Peter Swanson thriller that has multiple POVs. The Kind Worth Killing. I think that did. Or maybe I'm mistaking it for something else. I don't know. I briefly through a couple of my books to see what I even had as possible. Bluest Eye sounds interesting. Yeah, it's really good. I started Love Forms for a break. Okay, nice. Got to page 62. Very fast read. Yes, Love Forms I flew through. That was the first book that I read from the long list. And yeah, it was very easy to get through. Yay, finished my book. Great job. Oops. Almost done with my essay. A paragraph and a half left. Nice. Toni Morrison is dense but worth it. Oh yeah, for sure. Maya Angelou's good. I read I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings last year, and it was good. Yeah, I really want to read. I think I technically read it in high school, but I don't think I've like really read it. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a couple books from high school where I'm like, I didn't really read that. So I'm planning on reading it again for real this time. Currently reading an arc, I Am You by Victoria Riddell, a queer book about two women painters in the 1600s. Ooh, nice. Let us know what you think of it. Then we can be ready for when it comes out. I got 72 pages total from this, friends. Nice. It's a good but a slow read for me because I keep pausing to look things up. Yeah, fair. Some books are just like that. This is a faster paced book for me personally. A Six of Crows is good. I'm doing Vicious by V.E. Schwab. Oh, so it turns out, because I was going to do Vicious by V.E. Schwab, but that's meant to be a trilogy, not a duology, even though she's only had 2 books out from it for it for quite some time. Also, Six of Crows isn't fast paced. It's very character focused and has multiple POVs. Huh. I always just assumed it was fast paced, but maybe that's because it's a YA and fantasy. That's good to know. I just reread Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom. That's the other one. Okay, has multiple POVs. Cool. That might be, it really depends on what, because the way that the board works is, so I'll like roll, is the next little spot on the board is, should I just share it? Should I just share the thing while we're talking about it? Let's do that. Let's see. Share. Where did I put it? This one. Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is the board. And so I just, this morning when I rolled the dice to like get started, I got to training right here. And then there's like a stack of prompts that go with that. So ideally you would have like cards or something, and you can print those out. I just did I just randomly generated it from the list of 10 prompts for training just because I haven't got all the things sorted out yet, but I wanted to know what I was going to be like, what my options were for reading for the sprints today. So I landed on training, and then I got the one that the prompt that I talked about, read a book with a friend or for a book club. But the objectives, when you pass them, so like let's say I read like 3 next time, I get to info gathering, that has its own set of prompts. I would pick one of those, but I would have to do a book that fits that prompt and a book that fits the objective one, or a book that fits both. So anytime you pass an objective, you have to do the prompt from that objective, and then objective 1 is the multiple POVs. Objective 2 seems really hard because it's the first book you come across on the social media platform of your choice that you that's on your TBR. So like, I don't know how you fit that with something else that you could possibly get after that, unless you get really lucky with whatever the prompt is. But yeah, I'm worried to see what that's going to end up being, because that could be literally anything. Like that could be, I've got some big books on my TBR, and if I see them first, like, I don't know what I'm going to do. But I guess it could be a good thing, because since I'm reading the Booker books right now, and I do follow a lot of people that read Booker books, then maybe I would see one of them first, ideally. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's the like little board for it. So the easy version of this is you just do all 4 objectives. Then the medium is to roll 2 d6s, so 2 6-sided dice as you go through. So that's what I'm doing this time around. And there's also like a whole story that goes along with this. So this is just like chapter 1 of the Readathon Rebellion. And then the hard is doing it with just a 1 6-sided die, and the achiever is doing all 42 prompts. Not necessarily with 42 books, but like meeting everything. So yeah, which seems very difficult. Six of Crows also counts for gay/bi prompts and possibly magic users. I think that I've already got gay, bi, and magic user. Turns out I read a lot of those things. So, but I guess depending on what kind of queer, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I already have like the bi/pan and gay. Yes, the book club is in the middle of September. Oh, okay. Exciting. Oh, I can't wait to hear how it goes. Also for disability, as one character has a limp and another dyslexia. Oh, okay. Well, I haven't finished that square, so that's something. My next read will be In Memoriam by Alex Wynn. Do you know it? Has somebody from the chat read it? Why? This sounds a lot like a book that I have read, but I don't think it is that book. Oh, my phone's mad at me because apparently I've used a lot of battery by having it just stay on while running Focus Friend. Also, I might not have charged it last night. That's probably what actually happened. In Memoriam. Did I read this? What book am I thinking of? What book am I thinking of? Okay, I did not read this. It was nominated for, was it International Booker? I have no idea what that book was. And I can't even give you all more information to help me because I don't remember anything about it. All I know is that I read it. The cover was blue and it had these like circle, almost like hand-drawn circles that went like smaller and smaller and smaller. That's the book I'm thinking of. I don't think anybody could figure it out from that though. Actually, it's probably on YouTube thumbnails that I have from way back when, because that was when I used to do the individual Booker book videos and I would have the same background for all of them. Thanks for all of your recommendations regarding the Morrison and Butler books. Already psyched to read them. Yay! Oh, I'm glad. I hope you really love Parable of the Sower because I really loved Parable of the Sower. Okay, when is the last time that I did the Booker Prize? There it is. No, I still can't tell what it was. I have no idea what book that was. That's gonna kill me. Anyways, I'll figure that out later. But no, has anybody read In Memoriam? I have not. That's a very long-winded way of saying that. Oh. Okay, but we are going to have to end it. So if anybody's watching later and wants to say, then feel free to put in the comments of the live. Also, be sure to like. That really helps. Look, Amelia, I remembered on my own. And I'm going to be heading into Nicole's reading sprints. I highly suggest you do the same if you want to continue reading or being productive. I'm probably going to work on a few YouTube things while hanging out over there. I might read more, but I don't know. The book is starting to burn me out a little bit. In this last section, I was not as into. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I'm not liking the book as much as I was. I was hoping it would like do things with stuff that I felt like it was setting up, but I feel like this guy is a bystander in his own life. Anyways, that is going to do it for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. And that my next one is going to be on September 13th. And then I should be doing a couple more in September after that specifically for the Reading Rebellion. But feel free to come even if you're not doing that readathon, and just hang out for the reading sprints because it'll be fun either way. And it'll be like 50-50 whether I'm reading for that or whether I'm reading a Booker book. So I might not even be reading for that. But anyways, thanks all. Bye.